Okay, is my audio playing now? Yes, it is. Heck yeah. That means I need to mute this, and then go in and make sure that I have other sounds all set up. Desktop audio on 3. Yay! That is really good to hear. When I started, it wasn't working, but I got it figured out quick because I'm finally getting on the ball with this sort of thing. Thank you for stopping by the way, Alex. It is really good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, evening now. Yeah. It's always really, really awesome to see you, Alex. Let's see. On the docket today, I guess first thing to mention, I haven't been streaming much because I have been very tired and fatigued. I think I have some fatigue sort of left over from the mono still, because that can last quite a while, like on the span of several months potentially. Additionally, if my fatigue comes from depression, I haven't fixed my depression. If it comes from my sleep schedule, I haven't fixed my sleep schedule. And if it comes from, what's the other, chronic fatigue syndrome, I haven't fixed that. So it's, I'm very tired and I haven't been streaming much because I'm sort of a zombie in the evenings. And I can't get my sleep schedule in order enough to stream much earlier in the day. But I'm making it work. I'm hanging in there. Apparently Twitch now has functionality that will auto-run ads every X minutes for X minutes. I've currently got it set to 1.5 minute ad break every 30 minutes. That was sort of the default it gave me. And at that frequency of 3 minutes per hour, it increases my ad payout, which so far has been absolutely non-existent. Luckily, I just ran an ad like right at the start of the stream, so I shouldn't have another one pop up for, let's see, probably about another like 20 minutes. So we're just gonna see how all of that works. If anybody has any suggestions for how ads should work, I'll probably be asking this later once we have more people popping in, but yeah. Don't honestly know what time of day it is because my office is basically a bunker. Oh yeah, that tracks. Currently, it is very much night, mountain time. So, yeah. Getting on a little late, which I realize isn't ideal for people who actually can sleep very well, but oh well. I appeal to weirdos anyway. Today I am joined by a wonderful can of Red Bull and a big like thermal bottle full of water. So hopefully I'll keep going a little bit with the energy. Luckily with my ADHD, I burn through it super quickly and it doesn't hurt my sleep a whole ton from what I can tell. I say as I say my sleep schedule's garbage. Regardless, I last time I streamed, I played Dead by Daylight. I played a little bit of Survivor at the start, which I was very bad. And then I got tired of that and started playing Killer. Since then, I've played quite a bit of Killer. And I got so mad at teabagging survivors that I uninstalled the game and had to swear like never to play Killer again. I've reinstalled. Now I'm playing Survivor, which so far has made me a lot less like ragey. I still get irritated, especially apparently right now it is super common for people to just, "Aw, oh my god, thank you for the sub, Sam! You got to hear my sub notification. I forgot I had DTS! Woo!" I don't know if I've ever had someone sub on stream after I got all that set up. So, yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I will have a good time. Survivor is... I still get frustrated. I don't get as ragey, though. I hear there's a lot of, I guess, what's called slugging and face camping going on from what I've seen. But I'm gonna figure out how to deal with it. I've heard the solution to face camping is to just let the person who's being face camped die and go fix generators and stuff. Oh. Knives just messaged me. Said that she didn't hear the sub notification sound. There's a sort of low vibration sound that pops up when I stop talking. That is interesting. First, let me open up voice meter. Oh, dang it. 5 times so far, Zoot. I've been here for all of them. Sam didn't hear it either. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. Remy! What's up? It's good to see ya. Okay. Voice meter. Let me... If I send that to A, it'll go directly out to me. Howdy, Remy. Okay, I can hear what you're talking about, Knives. Like that little just static buzz. Like, if I make a little pop, it sort of fuzzes out. Remy, thank you for following! I got dealing with sound stuff, and then the follower alert just like destroyed my focus. Thank you so much for joining the colony. Welcome to the Zoot Cave. As you're wandering around and perusing, if you see any stalagmites or stalactites, please don't touch those for conservation reasons. If you see any warding runes or random magical orbs or anything that you can't immediately recognize as natural, I must advise you not to touch it. If you do touch them, I am not responsible for whatever happens to you. I cannot guarantee what they do. I do know that through magical means, I accidentally fused myself with the bat, so I cannot even claim to say that I would know enough to, like, positively ID what would happen. You're sort of on your own with that stuff. I would legally recommend ignoring it. I have a suspect why my audio is buzzing. It is going to mess with some things, but I'm gonna try really quick to turn that off. That sort of fixed it? No, not really. Rip. Okay. Let's open main window. Are you still working? No, okay, so I need to stop that and restart it. There we go. Okay, my scene controls are working now. It sounds like that did make the buzz worse. If I turn that off, does it improve it? I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that, but for now, I'm not gonna let it bother me too much, because I'm not gonna really stream otherwise. Oh. They're fine, Remy. And Sam, it is not advised that it's the same as fingering 2B. God. Oh yeah, the other thing is I was going to try and look into, okay, OBS is already open. Let's head over to alerts, properties, control audio via OBS. Now I need my audio mixer alerts. Here we go. Advanced audio properties, that's active. Monitor and output. Okay, let's see if that works. Really quickly to test it out, I'm gonna head over to Streamlabs. I'm gonna log in. And then I should be able to fire off example messages. Alert box. Okay, let's do a test follow. Okay, cool. It sounds like that went through. The little bat chirp noise. That is A-okay. I am completely content with people talking about fingering robots. Ow. So this is the subscription sound. Actually, I don't know which subscription sound you got, Sam. It might have been this one. Yeah. Okay, it was that sound.
This is a test.
I also have 2 more sounds that I can test out really quick. Let's see. Alert variations. Here we go. So there's a sound for gifted subs.
This is a test.
And then there's one for anonymous gift subs. Hi, T. It's good to see ya.
This is a test.
I made all of those alerts. I'm very happy to say. All using the same synthesizer in just Reaper. Aiming for, like, it was sort of accidental, but I ended up stumbling onto sort of a, like, early Brian Eno, like ambient, like Windows vibe. Oh, you are all good, T. I disappeared too. You were literally at my last stream. I have been super fatigued and I haven't been streaming a whole ton lately, but that's okay. I made it back home and came home with a boyfriend. Hell yes. Congrats. I'm so happy to hear that. I also have some other sounds that I've made that I want to show off really quick. Let me turn that off. Okay. So we've got sounds for donations and bits. Wait, that wasn't the sound. Is it only set for the other one? Yeah, there we go. I made that one.
This is a test bit alert.
So that means I need to go into donations. Oh, I didn't set up donations because I don't think I have donations set up at all. And then if I get raided, I've got a raid sound that is extremely Windows. And I absolutely adore it. I am so happy with how that one came out. So if people raid, we get to hear it some more. Sound like Windows is booting up. Let's see, they're all set to 50% volume. Okay. I will stop messing around with that. By the way, I have ads running every 30 minutes for a minute and a half. There's an automatic setup, and if I have 3 minutes of ads per hour, it gets me a higher ad cut. And yeah, if you're a sub, you don't have to deal with that. Sick. Obviously, no pressure to sub if you are not in a position to do so, or anything like that. But this does prevent pre-rolls now that I've got it set up. So you can come in, and as long as we're not in an ad break, you won't have to see the ads to load up the stream. Which I think is kind of cool. I guess enough stalling. We can get into the gaming. We're doing DVD, baby! As I've already announced in a couple different places, I've stopped playing Killer. It made me rage a ton. I was much better at it than I am at Survivor. But like, Survivors and Killers both have just severe ways to just fuck with the other. I think there are a lot of no Killer main now. Wow. Yeah, I know, right? Right after I bought the like aquatic skin for Spirit. I like Killer a lot more, but I like freaked out over honestly teabagging. It got to me. I had an awful game trying out Bubba the cannibal. And so I was doing really bad. I got 2 hooks the entire game. And then the Dwight ran and was being really just nice. And then the other 3 just sat in their gate teabagging. And I like walked up and they wouldn't leave until I like ran at them trying to kill them. And I just like, no, that's not gonna fly. And so I got super pissed and I left. And I'm theoretically never going back. I'm not quite sure how that's gonna pan out, but for my mental health, I'm not playing League of Legends, Killer anymore. So I've been, surprise, surprise, meaning Rebecca. And then after I got her prestiged and all of her currently available perks maxed out, I switched over to Michaela, who I have almost maxed out. Yeah. There's just like Yeah, those awful game-breaking things that just like do not let you have fun. Obviously, killers have the option in DBD to like face camp, or I guess the term is slug everyone, so just down without hooking so that nobody can do anything. But that like bothers me less than like being bullied by multiple survivors, I guess. I don't know. So far, that's just how my brain's working. But yeah, we're going with that. I've got both boons maxed out and have been loving those if I can actually find a totem. Some places it is so hard. I do not know where to find them. Then I'm running Spine Chill and Kindred. Kindred just for loads of information, being able to see other survivors anytime anyone's on a hook is just primo. I love this perk to death. And then Spine Chill, I saw a couple other people I played with running, and it seems useful for like getting more precise idea of where the killer is. And then the 6% speed boost is also pretty sick. Also, I've been trying to learn flashlight. I'm not great at it, but it's something. And I'm trying to work on being more altruistic, because I can just be a generator monkey. But I don't know that that's really playing the game to the best that I can. So far, I am not very good at running from killers still, but that's okay. I'm working on it. So I guess without further ado, we might actually have an ad coming up here soon, so this is probably a good place for me to queue up. I guess I could change over to Twitch to see if it'll give me the notification for ads. Oh, what's up, T? What's going on? Also, y'all are hearing game audio, right? Aw, thank you, T. I appreciate the boops and hugs. It means a lot. I appreciate the boops and hugs. It means a lot. I appreciate the boops and hugs. Oh, sorry, I made the audio loop. I was trying to monitor through my browser if the audio is coming through, and then... Oh, what I could do is on OBS, just look at the desktop audio thing. Yeah, there we go. Obviously nothing right now, but I might have just fixed the... No, I didn't. RIP. It sounds... No, never mind. It doesn't sound better. I don't know what's causing it. Oh well. There's Dwight, there's... What's her name? Let's just hop on this gen. I will say I've gotten quite a bit better at skill checks. I'm still not the best at landing them great, but I can do it sometimes. We'll see how it goes with trying to read chat and stuff. One thing that bothers me about Survivor is having to hold down buttons for so long. It doesn't feel great on my fingers. There's just like a sensory thing to it, but I'll live. Heck yeah. One gen down, keep an eye out for totems. There's one over there. Okay, these flowers are looking like totems. Here we go, here's one. Oh, what did you get out of the chest, by the way? Okay, you took it, whatever it was. Yay, another finished gen. Acrylic nails in PC gaming took a minute to relearn. I could see that, yeah. I'm wanting to paint my nails for the second time ever here soon. The first time I ever had my nails painted was Knives flirting with me. I was gonna say trying to flirt with me. She definitely succeeded. It was me that did not pick up on it because I am an oblivious fuck. She literally painted my nails and made me dinner, and we watched Revolutionary Girl Utena. I'm going to go back to just painting. Yeah, I've never had acrylics. I could see them being heavy. I can't really go that route because I play guitar. I think I would have an awful time trying to deal with, like, bulkier nails. But yeah, the painting them even takes a little bit of getting used to just for the additional weight, which is interesting. Ooh, close. Is the killer AFK again? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Exactly why I've never done it. Y'all want a third? It's a quick as hell game. Yeah. If you want, I can DM you a picture of my Epiphone. I would love to see that. Got a Les Paul SG. Ooh, what you got? Howdy, rat. Oh, okay, he's just chilling there, okay. Oh my god, thank you for subbing!
Matt.
You can't put rat emotes in sub things. Oh no! I'm not gonna blind the guy, that seems rude. I'm just gonna leave. Ow. You're so rude! Yeah, I am trying not to be the survivor that caused me to rage hard enough to stop playing Killer Forever. I am determined to be good no matter which I play. I did swear off DBD. And then I reinstalled it, but I'm only doing Survivor now. I cannot with Killer anymore because Survivors are too mean. And I'm too sensitive, I think, is the big part. But just getting repeatedly teabagged. So it was actually 3 Survivors. I was doing one of my first ever Cannibal Bubba games. And I'm not good with them. And so I just had an awful match. I got 2 hooks the entire game. I already felt awful about just doing that poorly. The Dwight was super chill. I like sort of chased him and he ran out the gate just fine. Didn't stick around. And the game wasn't ending. I'm like, okay, I gotta truck it all the way over to the other gate. There were 3 survivors just standing in there teabagging. And I just looked, and they just kept doing it. And I got closer, and they stopped for a second and then kept doing it. I'm like, you are literally going to make me come all the way over there after I did horribly. That's why people are playing Wesker, is he's OP. Yeah. I was there for like 20 minutes hiding in lockers. Yeah. Usually when that would happen to me, I just spin around and be silly to turn it back on them. Yeah, I've tried some of that. I really like to jump. Oh, good call. Thank you for the hydrate, Kelly. I really try to be chill with the game. The other day I had a killer game that was just dragging out forever. It was a death slinger, and we were just sort of at a standstill. There was me and another Michaela just trying to work on gens on opposite sides of the Halloween map. And so he'd like chase me off my gen. I think the other Michaela was just like hiding the whole time or something. And then I'd like run around a house and go back to the gen, and then he'd come back and chase me off. And eventually he just like walked up and started doing stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's the same sort of stuff I'd done before to try to say, hey, you win this one, just do your gens and leave real quick. Oh, yeah, I did take the water. Thank you, though. Thanks for looking out for me, Alex. What was I gonna say about it? Oh yeah, so I like told him to come here a couple times, so he just sat and like watched me do gens. And we did a little chase. I was already damaged, so I couldn't like take damage. Sup, Angel? It's good to see ya. I couldn't let him hit me and stuff, but I got both gens done, and then I beckoned him to come get my totem, pointed exactly to where it was. And about that time, the other Michaela bolted out the gate. So I'm like, oh, we got one out. And I kept pointing to the killer and to the hook, like, just take me. You've been so good. You let the other Michaela out. Just take me. And so he downed me, carried me to the gate, and dropped me there. I'm like, oh my god, dude, you're amazing. One thing that really pissed me off when I would play was killers who would wait and do nothing until all 5 gens are done and then no-ed everyone. Like, that's just not fun. Yeah. Oh, I can't stay too long because I'm supposed to be asleep. Okay, I got you, Angel. Thank you for stopping in. It's really nice to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. No-ed probably would have been fine if, like, you had to get a minimum amount of hooks before the gens were popped to activate. I don't know. Yeah, something like that would make sense. So you couldn't just literally do nothing till endgame. I'm alert and play Terraria with my BF Zoot. Just know you're amazing and deserve the support in the world. Aw, thank you so much. Also, I added a Zoot Cave account hooked up to my streamer.gg, I think it is, bot, with messages for you. At least 1 message for lurking, 2 for unlurking. And like shout outs and stuff now. Oh, thank you. We might get an alert for that. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. I think the problem with this game is that optimal play for the individual does not actually correlate with maximizing fun for everyone in the match. Yeah. Like, there need to be mechanics around, like, not dragging a match out, or like, oh, what was the example you just mentioned? Oh yeah, no-ed. Like, if you're not actually playing the game, then, like, either preventing you from actually taking advantage of no-ed, or like, otherwise severely hindering you. Yeah, I think the devs need to get on it a little more personally. Oh, no! Okay, I guess I'm gonna lose that gift. Oh well. I got the health though. That's something. I still have the same flashlight, and I still have plenty of batteries and tier optics. Yeah. Altruism, Let's just drop some. Oh, I have 12 of these. Let's start using those. Ow. Okay, repair a total of 8 generators while cooperating with other survivors. Okay. I thought I did more than that last round. Oh, I guess maybe the lady I was working with left before the other gen was complete or something. Oh well. Well, the devs for DBD are working on another game called Me at Your Maker. Oh, ow. Thanks, Angel. I needed that. You killed me. That is cool for them. At the same time, I still hope that they have a team working on DBD and balance and stuff, because, well, I guess they have to, because they're like they just released the Project W and Wesker and all that stuff. I just remembered that T sent me her guitar. Oh, I love it. The white SG. It's gorgeous. I like that. It came so late and with so much aggression. Yeah. That's how they do. Oh, is the matchmaking all right? Prestige 18? Okay. Oh, no. I just realized I don't have the hiding names. There we go. Oh, meet your maker. Okay. Yeah. So, like, I still assume that they have a team behind DBD right now. But I'm wondering how many people it actually is and how much time they're actually able to devote to balance and the like. I'm curious. I'm new to the game. I don't have quite as much experience for complaining like I do with Hunt. I honestly don't have a ton to complain about with Hunt. Like, they're sort of slow on things and the servers aren't the best, but I'm not like severely off-put by anything in it quite the same as DBD. So kudos to Crytek on that, I guess. I know a lot of other people have problems, and like part of the reason I don't have problems is I'm like 3-star in Hunt. Yeah. Yeah, Hunt definitely isn't perfect, but Yep. Yeah, same here. Okay, to be fair, it is like my only FPS, unless I'm playing Deathslinger or Trickster. Which I'm not doing those anymore, so I don't have any shooter mechanics in DBD anymore. 25% is working on DBD. Okay. That's good to know. I would just like immediately, if I had to give a number for what I think would be preferable, I think the maintenance team would be higher. But with having at least 25% in, I'm not really going to complain. Dang it. As someone who's played Hunt since early access, they've been pretty good about game-breaking shit and improving the game with community something or other. Gotta focus on the wiggle! Ah! That was some shit wiggle. But also putting their foot down on some stuff like buffing compact ammo, which had huge community backlash. I can respect it. I definitely think that just like giving in to the community is not a good choice all the time. They know what they're doing with the game and don't listen to every single Redditor ever. Exactly. There are, yeah, a lot of people who think they know how to balance games or do good game design, and they just have never worked in it. I have taken classes in game design. I got a CS degree with an emphasis in like game development and stuff. And I still don't claim to know how to balance games because I'm not like a developer or a hardcore player for them. I think that's really like I can have some ideas, but saying that I know better than the developers how to solve something seems really immature, I guess, is maybe a word I'm looking for. Or like, what am I thinking? Cocky, something along those lines. I can't think of the exact word. I'm getting healed by the super cute tomboy. It can easily come off as self-centered, yeah. Like, I really do understand people wanting to, like, have an idea of how to fix their games, and, like, also just wanting to be in those sorts of discussions. At the same time, like, you really can't come across like you know what you're doing if you don't, without just sounding like an asshat. Okay, bro. And I fell for it. Oh well. Oh, yep, he's slugging. Just not even gonna hook me. Yeah, Knives tells me this is the new strat. Just down everybody so they can't, like, nobody can unhook anyone else. Oh, thank you, Claire. Oh crap, he's here! God damn it, you jerk! Yeah, once again, I fall for it. Oh, he's actually hooking Rebecca! Yay! Hate killers who just slug everyone, it pisses me off so much. Yeah, same. Thank you for that sacrificial hit, Claire. I'm sorry I'm not wiggling better for ya. Yeah, the slugging has been absurd lately. Maybe for a while, but I'm new to the Survivor, so. Howdy, Rice! No worries about being late. You're here. Even if you weren't here, that'd be fine with me. It's whatever you can do, or whatever you want to do, honestly. I'm here to entertain you. Don't ever feel obligated to me to show up or whatever. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. I'm here to talk shit as per the usual, make some smug comments here and there too. Thank you, David. I'm lackluster at communication here. Oh shit, I dropped my flashlight? Oh, fug. I had one game where the killer seemed to be AFK. Now we're on game 2. And apparently I lost my flashlight. Yeah, David, you get the idea. Yeah, it's a Billy. He's been doing a little bit of slugging. Oh, crap! Maybe I can get this chest unlocked, find something useful. Medkit! I'll take it. Oh. No. Let me unhook, please. There we go. Oh God, he got me twice. Fuck. And I still haven't found a single totem to use. Uh-oh. Oh no, David. Yeah, we're screwed this one. Oh well. I'll just chill here. No, I'll be over in the grass. I'm chilling. And he made me drop my med kit. How rude. Okay, yeah, we're screwed. Do I just leave the match here? Now I'll let him get his hooks. Why? Are you like trying to mori me? Or could he just not find me? I realized halfway through there that I should try to get points. Oh, well. I think another thing that would be helpful with this game, at least your fit is nice and dark. You can maybe hide in the grass. I always gotta have those bright fits. Yeah, I've been sort of avoiding the bright blue where I can. The blue hair and pronouns. Sometimes if you don't wiggle, they try to find hatch for you. It's very rare. Yeah. That sounds about right. We're of the mind that killers are allowed to play however they want, but it's absolutely possible for killers to play incredibly boring. Yeah, this is true. This is accurate. I think it would be nice if there were a way where the game could accelerate in fuck all the basement hook hard camping bubbas. If you see the twins, you're in for a boring time. Okay, yeah. I could see that. Yeah. Gonna say. Oh yeah, one part of the game that I'm not super big on is how long it takes for a game to end if like everybody's down. I think it would be nice to have some level of like acceleration to the end game, where like if everybody is downed and like there's certain criteria for how everybody like if everyone's on 2 hooks already and they're downed, just like end the game. Give the killer some extra points, or maybe don't if everybody's slugged. I don't know, something like that to consider. Oh wait, do I have all of the perks? Yes, I do. Okay, I finished that out. I might start playing someone else then. Well, someone survived the killer by hiding in the grass and bushes, and it was insane. The killer went right by so many times. Yeah, that was probably me. Like if everyone is down, to auto highlight all down survivors, gives them a chance to still crawl to hatch, but they can't hide until they bleed out. Oh, you got interrupted by ads. No, rip. By the way, I do have ads like automatically running on my channel. I don't know if that's what you were referencing or if it was when you were watching someone else, but yeah, Twitch recently made a change where affiliates, if they run 3 minutes of ads within an hour, they get like axe, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, they get a higher like revenue rate for the ads, and they don't have to give people pre-rolls when they turn on the stream, which is pretty cool. So I've got that going right now. I'm working on finishing generators. Oh yeah, I was gonna pull up a different survivor. I started putting some points into other survivors, some that I haven't even used yet. Let's see. Who do I want to play next? Oh, the ads are back? Wait, did you get 2 ads then? Or I guess I'll ask after the ad. Hey. Hi, Ginger. Oh yeah, some non-DVD news for y'all. My cat has started coming out of the basement. Ow. Ow. Thank you, Mutt. It's good to see you, Knives. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, my cat. Her name is Ginger. She is like 12 years old, I think. I adopted her when she was 10. She is fat and a calabi. Howdy, Angel. Good to see ya. So did you get like 2 ads in a row, or like what happened with the ads? I didn't quite catch what happened with that. Oh yeah, I need to pick a new survivor. We know sometimes you can get ads early if you refresh the page or pause and start the stream. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Got like 4 8-second ones and then another 3. Huh. Yeah, it is a 1.5 minute ad break, so I wonder if you just like got ads for part of it, and then you watched the stream for a little bit, and then you got more ads. I'm unsure. I'm gonna play some Meg, I guess. I have some points in her. Yeah. Okay, med kit. Got a little bit of stuff. Let's. Oh yeah, I am gonna bring toolbox. We're gonna bring a socket swivel and yeah, just that. For offering, we'll go. I don't have one for objectives. Oh no, I do. I have this one. Yeah, let's try that. Let's do this. Oh, I should check my spine chill lightweight or my 2 greens. Okay, this is an exit game, or exit gate thing. Okay, maybe we're gonna swap you out. I'm not quite sure what to swap out for. I'm gonna try out quick and quiet. The other one was on the other page. Yeah, sprint burst. When starting to run, break into a sprint at 150% for maximum of 3 seconds. Causes exhaustion for 60 seconds. Can't be used while exhausted. You do not recover from the exhausted status effect while running. Okay. So you get to do a short little burst of speed and then you can't really run again for another like 60 seconds sort of deal. If you do, it like postpones your recovery for sprint burst. Gotcha. See, I don't have self-aware yet. Oh, I guess I could do some blood web on her before I go deciding. Let's luck for all. I'll grab that now. There's a sprint burst upgrade. That's nice. Dark sense. I should have looked at how much I had. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna try sprint burst because I got that in green. And it's 50 seconds now. Nice. Okay. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm slow at loadout stuff. It's learning experience for me. But you're not here for quality gameplay. You're here for the cute zoo. Ooh, a map. I feel like I've only played with one other person who has ever used a map. Is that a Mori? Go kick the cop car. Okay, yeah, my guess was probably Maury. I would kick the cop car if I had legs. I guess I technically do have legs, but they don't do anything right now. They should add more secret killer offerings. Yeah, it seems like a waste to have secret offerings and then everybody knows what it is you brought. Oh, Huntress, okay. Oh, shit. Oh, bug. Yeah, that could work. Shit. Damn it. F. Let's go, it's mommy, get Maury by her. It'd be extremely funny if she just like Maury'd me right now. I guess you can only do it after the second state, right? Yeah, it's the yellow one, can only be the last person. Yeah, I love the janky, like animations finishing out before others thing. She's so big, hee 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 hee. Oh, wasn't there a totem in here or something? Yeah, okay. I might try cleansing that. Don't hurt my Jen. Ow! Shit! I can't even really be mad about that one. And yeah, Angel, I agree. Thank you for your assistance, Jake. Now run. Welcome back, T. Thank you for the boot. I forgot to look at your guitar until after you'd lurked. It is really nice looking. I'm generally not super big on SGs. I think partly because it just like reminds me of AC/DC, and that feels, ow, thug. I can't believe I missed that. Jeez. Oh, are you gonna, you're not healing me? Okay. So I'm gonna start working on this gen. Wait, is someone going to get her? Oh crap, I'm dumb. Sprint, okay, she got her. That's good. Hope someone is at that hook. Yep. Now I'm gonna try and go get her when she's... No, I shouldn't be the one doing it. I've already been hooked twice. Oh, come on. Is that Ruin? Not Ruin. Jolt. I love running Jolt. I don't like getting hit by it. Damn it. I am so bad in chases, it is unreal. I just like, I don't know what to do. Welcome to low ranks. Also, it doesn't help that I'm not sticking by everyone else. I realize after the fact, but yeah. Yeah, I can't blame my teammates too much. I am playing with a bunch of other people who don't know how to play Survivor. Like me. Ooh, I got a Discord message. Alex sent me a picture of her ferret. Winter, she's cute. Thank you for sending that. Okay, no one left behind. Okay, I'm tired. Good night. Have fun. Have good fun game. Thank you, Anity. Thank you for stopping by. It was really good to see you. Yeah. Oh, that's a emote. What is the emote? Please, OBS, let me see. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's, close your eyes and look at the mountains, right? That looks like her art style. Have good fun game. Yes, I love that phrasing. Oh no, I think it's something my friend drew for her channel. Oh, okay. It said Rosie, and I'm like, oh, I haven't, like... I forgot about those comics, but apparently, nope, not related. Okay, we're not grabbing you yet. Okay, that's what I thought. We'll grab that after. Okay, gotcha. See ya! Oh, the posture check. Thank you, Kelly. It's pretty good right now. Wait. No worn out tools remaining? Huh? What was that? Ow. Oh, I guess I can run an actual toolbox. That might be helpful. We're gonna give everyone a little luck, I guess. I don't know what else to do here. I guess I've got, ooh, yeah, no, we're gonna go bound envelope. Hello, Ginger. Are you gonna sit on my keyboard? Come here, Hunt. Sit on my lap instead of the keyboard. Come here. Oh, she's got a rub on the microphone. Yeah. Oh, Ginger, get off of my... She stepped on the MIDI controller I use for scene transitions. Oh, and apparently one of these is the hotkey to open. Character info. Yeah, my default button hotkey, I guess F. Let me test that. Is that F1? Yep. F1 opens up character info. That is hilarious. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else I want to bring instead? Yeah, I'm just gonna go, let's see. Items in the environment, okay. Yeah, let's go with this still. Let's go! Aww, Ginger is sitting on the ottoman, just watching me. I'd get a picture, but that requires my phone. I guess I might have something on Google Images I could, or like Google Photos, that I could pull down real quick. Let me see about doing that real quick. Photos. Make sure I'm getting a picture without any identifying information. This'll work. Download. Ow. Okay, so now I can come over here and into the gaming scene. We have an image here and we're gonna swap it out with the picture I downloaded isn't in a... Why is it downloading these in HEIC format? What even is that? That's nothing. It means nothing to me. Ow. Was that a triple toilet paper? Based off of the sound, I feel like it was. Okay, well, I can't get a picture up here quickly enough. Rip. Hell yeah. Ow. That was 2 balls in a toilet paper. Theoretically, if someone raids, it's supposed to bombard me with toilet paper and kill me. I don't think it's actually worked before, and I don't know how to trigger it. Like, I don't know what parameter I'm setting wrong. Oh, back to the school! I was hoping I got the killing blow. You two are mean. You're all mean. All of you. Oh, that was a sabotage. That's right. That's something I need to remember I can do. Ow. Thank you for the pets, Alex. Woo-hoo. All right. They do. It's wonderful. If we can get this... Yeah, I know. If we can get this generator up just like immediately, zoop. Oh, thank you for the pets. I didn't even catch you saying zoop. I don't know if I just didn't notice or if it was intentional, but I love it. I want to zoop, baby, zoop. I don't quite know what you're referencing. I don't think. Damn it! We were so close. I want some soup. Soup sounds wonderful right now. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have sprint burst. God damn it. Is this another AFK killer? I've been running into those quite a bit lately. Every game that I'm not getting slugged or face camped, the killer is AFK. Oh, no! You don't know shoot? Oh crap. No, I don't. Apparently. And I was reading chat and it distracted me. Yep. Yeah, for real. Heck yeah. It's right there. Ah. Nice. Clear over there? Damn. Oh shit. Wait. How did that happen? No, crap. Aw, thank you for the pets. Thank you for the pets. Poor guy. Get fucked. I'm doing what I need to do to survive. I mean, he was gonna try to pallet loot me, and I wasn't gonna let him fake me out of the pallet. That's not how this works. And I've just fucked myself. Or not? Yeah, I was gonna go for the Sabo, but I didn't need to. Yep. See, I don't know. I feel like my MMR is shit enough that, like, this might actually be, like, just where he's at. Oh, I am sorry, man. I am so sorry. Are you okay? Yes, okay. Yeah, I feel bad for the guy. I'm definitely not gonna, like, wait around or anything. I am immediately leaving. I'm not falling. I've not fallen that far. Like, I can frustrate him with sabotages. I will happily do that, but I'm not gonna teabag and shit. The real one would have given him the hook after all that. Okay, yeah, you aren't wrong. You are right. I should have done that. This is the survivor skills I'm trying to learn. This Wraith was you day one. I do think I played Wraith better day one. That is the first hunter I played, or killer I played, and it was better than that. You could tell because they play Wraith. I like Wraith. All right, good night, Angel. Thank you for stopping by. It's really nice to see you. Grab you. Ow. Fourth perk slot! Woo! And I get 2 Michaela traits. Let's definitely grab the sport flashlight. Gonna grab this, that. He's gonna eat these. I'll grab the grip, the luck, altruism or objective. Let's go altruism. Hydrate. Woo! We drinking. We staying healthy and alive. Oh. Oh, rise. Sure, you bring me out right after Angel left, when she would have enjoyed this mightily. Thank you for the channel points and for the redeem, Rise. How dare you? How could you do this to me? Oh, god damn it. That's gonna keep happening. Yeah, Pipe Zoot is Goth Zoot. A little bit goth, a little bit dommy mommy. I still eventually need to get around to renaming her to zoot.bat, like a batch file, because I think that'd be funnier to me. But yeah, classic. I'm always down for Dommy Mommy vibes. Yeah, I know you are, Eyes. I know you are. Okay, let's... Taking Shadow Step would be interesting. With Sprint Burst. That said, I think I am gonna try out Quick and Quiet just for the sake of learning her perks while I'm playing her. That's sort of been my philosophy. Oh, I have a long life battery, but I don't have a, like, any other batteries. That's interesting. This is decreases range, more width. We want that range. We're gonna go with my one bulb. Do I have anything for boldness? Yes, I do. Here for objectives. I have Bloody Party streamers. I don't think I'm ready to bring them on her yet. So yeah, let's go with this. Giving y'all a free stretch right there. Oh, you know what? I could go in here and redeem it myself, because that'd be funny. Yep, there we go. Now you all need to stretch too. I'm the only one. No, okay, there is a killer here. Also, posture check and hydrate. I am commanding you all. Oh, hell yeah, Rise. That's what we're looking for. That's the good shit. So, I am leaned all the way back in my chair. What's posture? Just make sure your back's straight. If you're leaned back, that's fine. So, obviously, I am playing more DBD despite temporarily swearing it off forever. I'm just only doing Survivor now. Let's see. 2 Bloody Party streamers. Boldness and boldness. That is wild. Heck yeah, Rise. You got it covered. Mastermind. Oh boy. I do bad against this guy. But yeah, we have DBD. Hoping to go back to Hunt soon. Someday I want to start playing Spore with y'all. I think that would be fun and goofy. And like really low pressure. I've also started playing Monster Hunter World with Knives and Rain a little bit and like working through the story solo as well. And so I might end up streaming some of that for y'all as well. There's a Hunt Twitch Drops event coming up. Valhazak, our beloved. I don't quite know Valhazak yet. I assume I'll figure it out soon enough. Oh, hell yeah. Weird. Fearmonger who Val is towards the end game of the base game. Okay. I do have the Ice World expansion. So that's end of campaign, we should say. Gotcha. Is queer a correct term? I always thought it was a slur or something. It depends who you ask. Queer is the only like real umbrella term that we have. That just doesn't need to keep adding letters. Oh. I have, and this is like very deep internet discourse sort of stuff. I have heard, yeah, that a lot of TERFs will consider queer a slur because it, one, has been used as a slur, and that is something that is sort of on an individual level to reclaim. I definitely do reclaim it. You are more than welcome to call me queer. But people like well, pretty much all TERFs don't want to be affiliated with trans people. And grouping everybody as queer sort of does that. Oof. And so they like to avoid it. Oh, I can move. That's right. Yeah, we just find it a more useful umbrella term than an acronym or just gay. Yep, exactly. I agree. Yep, that's how Wesker do. That's good to ask someone if they're all right with it before using it. Yeah. I will probably be referring to like the LGBTQIA plus community as queer sort of by default because it is such a helpful word. And I personally reclaim it. If anybody has problems with me using it for them, I am absolutely fine not to, though. In fact, I'll probably side on an individual basis with not using it specifically for anybody and using it more just to refer to the community. I'm queer, though, and you can quote me on it. I am queer in a lot of different ways, which is part of what makes it really useful. Like, I am trans and bisexual and lesbian. That's how I'd sort of work it out for myself. And demisexual and potentially non-binary to a degree. And so it's really easy to just say queer and be like, yeah, I don't have a standard experience. And you just sort of get it. I did it. Oh, shit. Oh, damn it. Whew. So it really just depends on who's using the terms. I have a very strong preference for women. It's like, I am technically bisexual, and every once in a while I will run into a woman where I'm like, or a man where I'm like, oh shit. He is like really hot. But for the most part, it is like almost exclusively women, and so I find myself associating a lot with lesbianism. It's also a really important part of like my gender awakening. At the time, I didn't know that I was bisexual because I hadn't like made sense of my attraction to men with my disliking of being a man, if that makes sense. So like I identified as a lesbian for a while, and it's still mostly true is why I use it that way. I see the gate. I see the gate. I'm getting through. Yep, okay, Dwight's here. Hallelujah. We're going through, bud. Thank you for helping me. Okay, I have another question. If it's too personal, please don't answer. I am happy answering pretty much anything as a personal, like, thing. People's comfort levels tend to differ a bit, and that is completely acceptable and understandable. I think since I'm not super uncomfortable with a lot of questions, I'm like happy to answer, and I sort of take pride in being able to do so and explain things. Dwight, you didn't come through. Dwight, get out here. Please. He saved me. Okay, there he is. So yeah, ask away. I'm more than happy to answer any sort of questions about identities that I happen to be a part of. Whatever. Excuse me. Do you feel like you were always a girl, or do you differentiate the two? Like you had a period where you were a boy and a period as a girl? Excellent question. Yes, in fact, I do. The latter. I made sense of this when I saw a post on Tumblr talking about how fundamentally our genders change through our lives because, like, boys and men have different gender roles. So do girls and women. Like, there is a, like, so the sort of expectation of maturity and the things that you do as a person between those two periods. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait. I was never a girl. I didn't feel that way. It's once I was a boy and I started trying to transition into being a man that I'm like, oh, this sucks. I am actually a woman. But before that, I think partly as a mechanism of my upbringing, I didn't really feel much like in the way of any sort of gender dysphoria or like anything along those lines. I wasn't unhappy with who I was as a boy. I know that's not everybody's experience for sure. Like they can like identify that they're trans in like elementary school or something, and that stays consistent until like the end of their life. Some people, their identities will change from what they thought they were as a kid, but generally they're right that they weren't the gender they were born with. But yeah, for me personally, I feel like I had no problem being a boy, and so I will still like identify that way to a degree. And it's just that I'm a woman now. I was never really a man, IMO. It never really fit me all that well. Phone's freezing here on the tracking for some reason, and I don't know why. Is it the mic in the way or something? Okay, yeah. So yeah, it really generally depends on the person, but for me personally, I don't feel like I was always a girl. I think partly I didn't really have much of a conception of gender or like a lot of gender divisions as a kid. I had a lot of female friends. It turns out some of them had crushes on me and I had no idea. Like in elementary school, up through high school. And I was just like happy chilling with them. Like I was cool to hang out with girls. I was also just A-okay to hang out with guys. So like nothing really bothered me, I guess. Yeah, for real. There's part of it for me with like not being able to tell that's not wanting to suppose, and so I like actively ignore signs of someone having a crush on me or dismiss them like, oh, they're probably just being friendly. Another part of it is just, yeah, I can't tell what is supposed to be flirty or not. And I think that's partly a neurodivergence thing. Yeah, romance is hard. I have never been officially diagnosed, but my old therapist And now myself and Knives and other people I've talked to have a strong belief that I'm autistic. And so, like, social cues are hard for me anyway. Distinguishing the types of social cues, I am lucky to know that they don't hate me. If I can make that assumption, I'm usually pretty content. Oh, thank you for the pets, Rain. Took us being in a relationship before figuring out we just don't feel romantic love. Oh, hell yeah, Aero. Mad respect. Stretch. Everyone in chat, stretch too. You gotta, it's the law. Delish. Okay, Kelly, you did redeem. You get a pass. You should do it anyway, but I can't force you because you paid me. Not to change the topic super hard, but I don't think I've ever felt a sexual attraction or really any romantic attraction. It's super weird. Do you possibly know why that is? You could just be aromantic and or asexual. There are some people who just stealing an next half toe. Some people just don't experience those, and that is like a-okay. Yeah. Rat is expressing something. Yep, exactly. It's not like what we consider the default experience, but it is something that people who are like perfectly healthy experience. Yeah, exactly. It isn't any sort of flaw. It's just how you work. Like, honest, like there are people I love, but I've never felt a romantic attraction to anyone. Yeah. You've got platonic attractions. You just like appreciate someone being in your life, really like being their friend, and that's sort of like the type of love that you feel for people. And you don't really experience the romantic side of things. And that's perfectly okay. I don't want to make any sort of suppositions about your experiences, Rat, but I know that Arrow Ace people can oftentimes find themselves like happy in what I've heard called QPPs, or queer platonic partnerships. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be queer. You do sort of fall under that label if you're Ace or Arrow, though. It is a sexual identity minority, and so you would very much fall underneath it. You can just have someone who you really appreciate having in your life, and you trust them, and you like being around them, and you don't have to act romantically, but you can still just hang out and be together and treat each other as partners in a commitment sense without having the romantic love load to it, if that makes sense. I have some friends who are very much sort of similar to that. I think generally people witnessing it will just consider them inseparable. I don't even know if they consider themselves in a platonic partnership, but they're just best friends, and they do everything together, and they live together, and always talking. They trust each other more than anybody else in the world, and yeah, they just there's not any romantic or sexual attraction there. It's just yeah, I trust you, I want to be around you. So if you are Arrow and or Ace, Congratulations on finding that out. Super cool that you're getting to learn more about your identity and figure out who you are. After looking into it, just reading on it quick, Ace makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm demisexual, which is a like sort of subset of Ace, or it's like half Ace, sort of. I have a really hard time. Yeah, for real. I have a really hard time feeling like any sort of sexual attraction to people if I don't already have a deep like interpersonal connection with them. Like, I can look at let's see, who's a good example of somebody that I just find attractive without ever having met them. I feel like I've talked about people before, and I'm drawing a blank now. Like, so for men, Brendan Fraser, that's how we thought we were at first, but even that didn't make any romantic feelings show up. Just very, very strong platonic love. Yeah, that's fair. Hell yeah. And it's awesome that you're able to experience that, like, platonic love to that degree. Like, that is really cool and sounds super fulfilling. That is really awesome to hear. But, like, Brendan Fraser, I look at him in The Mummy and I'm like, oh, he's a hunk, he's a goofball, and, like, goddamn, I want a piece of that, I think. I've been in some relationships, just never felt any sort of attraction. I always felt bad about it, though, because I thought I was leading them on. Oh, yeah, that sounds right. Yep. Like, you're getting into these relationships, I assume, because you feel like some sort of partnership is something you want, and you want to be their friend and be close to them. But then they're sort of expecting a romantic aspect to it, or a sexual aspect, and you're just not able to provide that. And so you start, I could see, feeling guilty about, like, oh, we're in a relationship, but they're expecting it to be a quote-unquote actual relationship. When it turns out what you're looking for is a very valid relationship as well. It's just sort of on different terms than people assume. Yeah, exactly what Rat said. Oh yeah, what I was saying with Brendan Fraser, like, I can look at him and say, oh, he's attractive. But I do not have any sort of, like, actual desire to, like, have sex with him. I think, like, looking at him, he is probably much more likely than a lot of men I've run into. But that's not necessarily true for, like, just on its own. I don't want to have sex with him looking at him. If I really got to know him and they were, like, true to how I, like, perceive him as, like, his characters as a person, that could probably happen, but I'd have to have that, like, deep personal relationship there to sort of base everything on. And it can be tricky, sort of figuring out what is not having sexual attraction and what is just being cautious and unsure if somebody'd actually be interested in you, and not wanting to, like, oh, hey. I lost my train of thought because my cat attacked the chain that I was playing with while I was up against my leg. So, not to entirely move on, but to move on from what I was saying, at least. Yeah, I always felt bad about not being able to give that to them. Like, they were all amazing people who I still talk to and value as friends. Yeah. Your relationships with those people are just entirely valid, and I love that for you, honestly. Being able to experience that is cool as hell. Just gotta find the people who want to experience that same sort of thing with you. Who are cool to have you as a very close, trusted friend and partner without expectations of, like, romantic or sexual, like, baggage to it, I guess. I still can't think of the right word for that, but there are definitely those people out there. I'm on Tumblr, which is sort of a self-selecting, like, that is where the weirdos go. So I see a lot of weirdos. Weirdos meaning, like, a lot of gender or sexual minorities, or a bunch of quote-unquote weird girls back in the 2010s who are now trans men. And so I've seen and experienced and talked to quite a few Arrow or Ace people, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. I am gonna bring Adrenaline. Switching back to the game for a sec. I'm getting rid of Sprint Burst. Eventually I'll learn to play with it, but right now is not the time. I keep forgetting that I have it. Spine Chill, Adrenaline, Quick and Quiet. Yeah, let's do that. Sorry for burping. Let's go. Well, thanks for helping me figure that out about myself. It's something that's bothered me for quite some time now. Oh yeah, you're welcome. And, like, just because, like, with what you told us, it sounds like you're probably Arrow and Ace. That doesn't necessarily mean that's true, or, like, true permanently, or, like, there are different factors that can affect that. I was on a medication not too long ago that made me just completely uninterested in any sort of sexual distraction. It was sort of rough because I'm used to having that to a degree, at least. But for some people, it's just natural and they feel, like, okay with just not having that inclination at all. But your identity can change, the labels that you use can change, the things in your life, like depression or like different fatigue or anything like that could be present that is causing you to feel that way. And if it's relieved, you don't feel that quite that way anymore. But it sounds like, since this is like a long lasting thing, that's probably going to be the right label for now. But yeah, don't feel weird about, like, thinking it over and exploring and testing out other labels and then questioning something and realizing that it doesn't quite fit and then trying out something else that's similar or really different. Yeah, that's part of the fun, is just exploring. And that's sort of another part of why, going back to this topic, ID as, I wouldn't say I'm depressed at all. I'm actually very happy with how I am, happy with my current life and all that. Oh, hell yes. I'm really glad to hear that for you. I am either very depressed or dealing with, oh shit, there's Mikey. I didn't know who I was playing against. Yeah. I tend to experience things with that angle Oh yeah, I was saying it might. I've been recently wondering if I'm experiencing chronic fatigue syndrome. That's been making me depressed rather than depression that's causing fatigue. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna have to talk to medical professionals about that one. But that's sort of a frame of reference that I tend to think about a lot with things. I'm really glad you don't have to worry about that, Rise. That is awesome. I'm really glad you're feeling happy with where you're at. But yeah, feel free to play around with labels as much as you want. If you spend a lot of time thinking about gender, think you might be non-binary or agender, like whatever it might be, you can try it out and then you say, hey, no, that's not quite for me, or actually that's the wrong label, this is right. That goes for anybody in chat, not just you, Rice, but you're sort of an example. I'm not telling you to question your gender. You can, though. It's fun. Oh my god, I should pay attention. Okay, I don't see Mikey. Yeah, just try things out until they feel right, and then keep an eye on them, because eventually they might not feel right anymore. But that doesn't mean they weren't valid at the time. I toyed with demisexual at one point and it didn't work well, so that's out of the way. Oh, heck yeah. I'm still, yeah, sticking with that one for now. I think it's fairly accurate. Oh, hi, Mikey. Shit. Damn it. I'm ignoring chat. Okay, I got some pretty good wiggles in there at least. I'll take it. Like 6 months or so toyed with it, so it had some major thought. I see, I see. That makes sense. And if you are Arrow and or Ace, which it sounds like you are, but yeah, depending. Don't let anybody convince you that you are not part of the queer or LGBTQIA plus community. The A is in there for a reason. It's not for ally. I've already been hooked twice, oh boy! Oh god! We have one gen left. I am proud of my teammates. I forgot I had a flashlight. Oh, thank you. Oh, he coming. I'm the one who healed and got the speed boost. I should open the gate. I assume that's how that works. I don't know where the other gate is. And I don't know how to help. I'm sorry, Felix. I don't know where you're at. Oh, Felix is right there. Okay. Got right past me. Well, that was successful. We had a killer actually trying to kill us and we got out. Hell yeah. It was Mikey, who I've heard isn't the strongest killer by any means, but I'll take it. I will take every win I can get. Thank you. Except for those where the killer's really nice and having a hard time. I'll try to be better about giving those ones over. Okay, snag you, and you, and the box. Nice. I got a bulb. Ooh, self-aware. I'll take double scraps. And I have one little thing fake. Making sure I'm not missing any other perks. Okay, we just have reassurance. I'll grab that. We'll keep the flashlight. Got a grip. Let's slap a bulb in that baby. Actually, this time, I'm gonna bring a toolbox. Since I have some scraps and, I'm not gonna bring instructions. No, maybe I will. Yeah, no, I'm not. And we're bringing Bloody Party streamers. Let's see, is there anything I want to swap this out with? Let's see. Let's see. I am sort of tempted to bring hyperfocus. I'm not great at it, but it's fun, and it actually helps me hyperfocus. I think I'll leave it at this, though. Just need to co-op one more generator. Got a flashlight, 2 toolboxes, and a health kit. Oh yeah. Now, I need to remember to pay attention to the spoiler dip on the loading screen. Trapper! I had a really rough game against Trapper the other day. Like yesterday? 2 days ago? I can't remember. I was, surprise, surprise, bad about falling into traps. So we'll see what happens this time. I'll try to be a little more aware of them. Try to get gens done super quick. Don't trust any piece of grass, especially around Killer Shack. Yep, I ran into... Oh no, Killer Shack was Pyramid Head. I ran into his, like, barbed wire or whatever it is right in the Killer Shack door. But yeah, I could definitely see that going for Trapper too. In the game against the Trapper, we were in the Silent Hill school. And out in the courtyard, there was a generator that he put 3 traps around on the 3 different, like, access points. And that was rude. It worked, but it was rude. We're gonna normal repair so we can save the toolbox for higher pressure situations or sabotages. Bang Min's already been hit. Oh, we have a totem. Oh no. Oh, clear over there. Oh, dang it. Ooh, that's far. I don't know where my teammates are. So I should head over. Ow. Gotta make these wiggles count in the house. Yeah! Thug. A googer. I haven't played DBD since my console days. I've never played on console. I started playing because Angel, or Brambleshot, who was here earlier, said that she really wanted to play with people. And I still haven't played with her, but I've been, like, at least playing because of it, I guess. I don't know why I didn't start running sooner. I'm so bad at this. I am buying time for my teammates. To do what? I'm not sure. Oh, thank you, Leon. Oh yeah, circle of healing. Oh, thank you. Leon. Let me heal you, Leon. Oh, no, he's already healed. Duh. Back there. Then I get to the hook before he does. No, that's a bad idea. Why am I doing that? Oh my god. That was so fucking goofy. Oh, now he's on me. Dang it. I tried the pallet drop. It didn't work. Shit. Rule number 1 for sabotage, commit to the bit. Thank you for not immediately hooking me, bro. Yeah, this game sucks. I keep getting hit. It's not that I don't know how to pallet drop. Thank you, Fengman. Hi, Ginger. Oh, that's a toolbox. Hey, Ginger, please get away from the keyboard. Shit. Damn it! Hi, Ginger. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, even though I just got third hooked. I've got a cat in my lap. She is curled up with her butt on my moving arm. I got an item. I got an item. This is the Michaela stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, and this is Jake shirt. Gotcha. Okay. Spirit. Oh. You ever heard those cats with the super deep meow? It's amazing. Yes. I love that. Let's do some blood web. I need shit. Nice. Got what I wanted. Deja vu. Okay, that's the only perk. That's boldness. That's for map. Let's grab these and this. Oh, I don't have enough for the perk. Oh well. Got more gloves. Let's do objectives. I don't think our perks have changed all that much. Let's keep running this. Actually, no, I am gonna try Sprint Burst again. Okay, yeah, let's do that. You want me to get you on mic? Can y'all hear when she meows, by the way? Not when I meow, but... Up, Ginger. Up. Means I don't have myself mic'd up very well. See if we can get some cat noises in here. I just realized it probably makes noise when she rubs her face on the mic. Probably should be avoided. She wasn't being very noisy, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get her later. Ooh, a flan. Oh, you were hearing purring. Okay. Hell yeah. I'm glad you got to hear the ginger. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Rain. Yeah. Were those just a sonic atrocity, or was there any value to hearing the rubs? It'd be a lot easier if you were turned toward the mic. The mic is now pointed back toward me. Oh, crap, he's right there. She. Nurse, I guess. Scary, because I have no idea how to play against Nurse. No, they weren't loud. They sounded like brushing your hand over. It sounded mellow. Okay, that's good. I'm glad it properly communicated the vibe. Ah. Thank God I looked at my perk meter. She's just... Okay. Yep, that's where she's hanging out. I think gunboned. Oh, heck yeah. All right, Jake, we got this. Okay, I owe a lot to they call it Scaredy Cat, the perk with the cat on it, the visual indicator of how close the like terror radius is. This shit slaps. Being able to navigate. Okay. Good luck with sleep, Rise. I believe in you. Okay, you sound like you're pretty far. Yeah. Let's switch back over to normal repairs. Save some of the toolbox. Ooh, yeah. Fuck, she saw me. Get played. Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I've healed and I get a boost. Yeah, we did it! I think that was actually a pretty decent game on my part. Didn't get much in Benevolent, that's okay. I didn't need much in Benevolent that game. I was the one getting picked on and I succeeded. Take 8 protection hits, escape 1 trial through the hatch. I've never had a hatch escape. I don't want to get stuck on this one forever. Let's do the hook sabotage. I've been on the sabotage train. And then escape 4 trials is a nice one to do. Alright, lots of blood web time. Okay, how's I approaching this again? I don't care about the key. Okay. If I take this, it'll go for the key, and then boldness or toolbox charges. Let's grab the scrap. Slippery meat. Yeah, let's go up this chain. Okay, he stole that. Let's take that. That and that. Adrenaline, or this is not happening. We're definitely going for adrenaline. I do want this battery. Then we'll grab the mystery box. Shiny coin. It took the okay. Next it's going to go for that key. I'm good with that. I'm gonna grab this. And the bandages. Nice. Welcome back, guys. Hyper focus or inner healing? I'm gonna go hyper focus. I love that perk. I don't even know if it's particularly good, but like, I like it for personal reasons. I think we have enough camping kits right now, so. Oh, I guess if I grab this, it'll go for that. Yep, and then I can grab the bandages. Nice. Clairvoyance or hope? I'm gonna grab hope for the hell of it. The rubber gloves versus the... I like the grip wrench, so yeah, let's do this path. Emergency med kit. Survival. Grab you. You. And we can grab that. Nice. Renewal or better than new. What was this one again? Oh yeah, this one breaks you. I'm gonna pass on that. I want the sports flashlight. So we're gonna go there, here, here. Grab better than new. We'll pass on the grip and the focus lens, unfortunately. That, the bulb. And I can't grab that. Okay, we're done. I'm not sure why I'm using lightweight. I feel like this is probably not super helpful. I'm gonna bring hyperfocus. We're going toolbox, which is where I really like to use it. We have some gloves. We have charges. I'm actually gonna get rid of the scraps for a grip wrench. We're gonna go Sabo mode, which is gonna correspond with an escape cake. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah, I have the sabotage challenge. Yeah, let's do this. I'm excited. Are you excited, Ginger? She's now over on the couch watching me. She likes watching me from soft places. Whether that is my desk mat or my lap or the ottoman or the couch. Fun fact, I can't stand cake. It's nasty. I am not in the same boat for most cake. There is some cake that's absolutely gross, and I feel like it's a bit hit and miss for me, actually. I can see how somebody would not be able to stand cake. Ow. There is... Ow. Cheesecake is fire. Yes, yes. I don't know if I count that as a cake. It, like... I don't know. It seems pie-esque to me, but I'm not gonna get into that argument right now. Or really make up my mind on it either. But yeah, I can see how just like a general like normal cake would not be someone's cup of tea. I think the frosting tends to be really strong. I have a massive sweet tooth from ADHD and growing up with people with massive sweet teeth. And so, like, I can handle the frosting. But even it gets a bit much a lot of the time. Blue cheese frosting is gross, by the way. Why would you do blue cheese? Do you mean cream cheese? Or has somebody tried, like, blue cheese frosting? Whoever did that, if it is blue cheese, is trying to poison you. Why? Like, I like blue cheese. I don't know why you'd put it on a cake. That makes no sense. Meat plant. Oh, why did I bring hyperfocus? That, I feel like, really benefits. Oh, cupcakes, come on. It really benefits from having more charges. Oh wait, no, it doesn't only apply to, like, having a tool. What am I thinking? I'm not activating it anyway, but oh well. Oh, hi, Wraith. Why am I going back here? Oh, come on. No, run, 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 run. Shit. I once again saw every loading screen tip except for the one that told me what killer it was. I made such a bad choice there. However, I will say, if you can ever get Huckleberry cheesecake, do it. Best cheesecake you'll ever have. Ooh, that does sound pretty good. I feel like a berry is a really nice complement to a cheesecake. Add a little bit of tart and, like, natural flavor in there to all the like the sweet and dense. Good shit. No, he damaged my gen! I was working so hard on that. Oh, thank you, Claudette. Oh, sorry. Update on your weightlifting. Deadlift 225, squat 185, bench is 120. You're small. Good job with your gains, though. That's sick. Good on you for working out and getting in shape and working to improve yourself. That's freaking sweet. I can have a little bit of a hard time holding myself to stuff like that, so like really good on you for sticking with that. 5'10", 145 to 150, dang. Damn. Rip. I think this is the end for me. Rip. Oh, I helped. I got people off hooks. I did a gen. I'm not gonna complain. Oh, I was the obsession. I forget to even pay attention to that. And I saboed a hook. Rip. I lost my stuff. Deja Vu versus Slippery Meat. Let's see, Gauze Roll. Yeah, I'll go for Deja Vu. I was gonna go for Slippery Meat just to get rid of it, but I want to grab these. If anything, I actually like being a little on the shorter side. It's kind of fun in a way. Yeah, okay. As a trans woman, being short is a wonderful thought. It is, like, very fun that way, I agree. Long life battery, I can't buy any of this anyway, but I'm gunning for that battery. And then maybe the fragrance Sweet William, if it'll let me get that far. We'll see what happens. You don't mind how tall am I? I am 5'9" and a quarter. So average for men, but it does technically make me a tall girl. And I'm not gonna complain about that. We're gonna go with the flashlight game. No, we're not. We're going toolbox. Yeah, tall queens. Exactly. It's good shit. Yeah, we're gonna go for scraps and the grip wrench. Since I've got 2 of them. That is a-okay. Pretty easy to pick up what you're meaning, so no worries. Ooh, hydrate. Thank you for that, Kelly. Ow. I'm gonna swap out hyperfocus. I'm not doing great enough at the thanks for deciphering my borderline Morse code. You are using letters, so I'll take that. Ow. Thanks, T. Once per survivor per hook instance, that's right. Oh, thank you for the bets. I might actually take Shadow Step. That sort of seems to complement the zoom in stuff that you get with her. I just have to look for dull totems to use. Okay, and we're still Sapo mode. Yeah, well, let's do this. Ooh, I hit bronze. Wait, why would I want you to time me out with that redeem? I don't know. It's a default Twitch redeem. Like, you go into the rewards section, it's like, oh, you can just add this one and it'll be all set up for you and everything. And it's just like, okay. I guess some people think it's funny. I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But it does seem like a waste of channel points. And that's why I put it as high as it is as well, because it makes it extra funny. Ooh, a Death Slinger. Just make it all around absurd and useless. It's not for anyone to actually redeem, it's for them to look at and go, oh, what the fuck? Ow. Yeah, pipes is expensive for a reason. Not like extremely expensive, but a bit. 'Cause it is special. And it's supposed to come with a little more like RP than I've been doing, but we had to talk about gender stuff. You think I won't have you time me out though? No, if you redeem the timeout, you're getting timed out. Is a lingering threat. Shit. Where from? Oh, he's over that way. Oh, okay. I don't remember how much I've set the timeout for. I don't even remember if I got control over the timeout. Oh. She's down. Oh, dang it, she's not headed for this hook. I'm gonna sabotage this one anyway. Oh, she's already off. Okay. Sure, when I get rid of hyperfocus, I start hitting the great checks. Oh god. Well, you're lucky I don't play Terraria, T. Otherwise, you'd have to deal with a rabid bat. I mean, a normal bat. Two greats. I literally got rid of hyperfocus for this. And I forgot I had a totem. I haven't even been looking. Okay, she's off the hook, thank God. I was about to leave. Uh-oh, fuck it. Okay. If it didn't do it automatically, let me know. Okay, I'll have to time you out here in a second then. So that means I get to choose the time. Oh, yeah, that is fair. Oh, I'll be kind. I'm not gonna kick you out for an hour or something. I can't sabotage it. Oh, shit. We gambled and I bet wrong. No, let me, no! Someone get Meg! Thank you for the pets and hitting me obnoxiously, T. Is she really going, going for me instead of the Meg in the base? You're both going for me? No, you fools! You fucking killed her! Okay, I need to get some hook sabotages in, so might as well go for it here. Okay, that one's already running. I didn't realize there was even a hook up there. Shit. Okay, that one's finished up. I don't know where the other gens are. Oh, Leon. Oh, the Meg DC'd. Okay. He was about to die anyway. But... oh, this one's not in progress. What am I doing? I'm being so smart. Oh, damn it! Oh god, I got rabies. Oh god, I got a lot of things. Okay, yeah, this gen's already running. That's right. Oh, I'm the obsession. Okay. It is extreme focus time. Shit. Oh, rip Leon. No! Sorry, that was really loud. Oh, there's a gen right here. Okay. I haven't been talking much. It's tense. There's just me and Yunjin. But if I get this up, then we've got a good chance. Damn. I thought I was being tricky there. Okay, she's hard at work on the gen at least. Look out! Look out! He didn't. Yes! Yes! Shit. So close. So close. So well. I can't even be mad because it was so close. Like, damn. You got a GG. Okay. I have some matters to attend to. T threw a bunch of things at me and then gave me pets and then threw a thing at me and then gave me pets and then posture checked and stretched and gave me rabies, switched me to original Zoot, and then Rain gave me pets. T, you literally asked for this? T has been timed out. You're welcome back. It automatically did it for 10 minutes, so I just had to sit over the button for a few seconds until I felt like it was satisfactory. Nice. I got the stuff I wanted. I'm gonna go for better than new rather than sloppy meat. I want to be a team player. Then let's grab the white ward. I'm curious about the mystery, but I'm gonna grab the commodious. I can't grab that toolbox. You know what? I will grab the reagent to lead to the mystery box. We're getting rid of you because I want to have one of you left. I'm weirdly anal like that. Let's run an objective. Yeah, objective sounds right. Or I'm gonna run a luck just for the hell of it. Yeah, I only have one of those. Let's hold on to that. Yes. Yes. I just stimmed, and Ginger is giving me the stankiest face I've ever seen. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Wait, T, can you, okay, there you go. Can you type in chat now? I want to make sure I didn't goof this up super bad. You're still timed out? Okay, can you chat now? I untimed you out. Or so it said. You can throw things at me, but I guess not, like... Still timed out. What the hell? That's so janky. Okay, we won that one. I don't lose my scraps, do I? Better not. I'm sorry for timing you out so long. I thought I could undo it. Okay, while we're waiting, ow. I can understand why T's throwing stuff. That was just rude, Kelly. Let's do a little customization. The Teenings tear is alright. I do not like this Bob. It looks bad in the game. Yeah, I feel like I've got to go for the hat. It feels right. Oh, hello, Ginger. You come back to visit my lap? Come down. She is currently kneading my leg. Maybe we can get a Ginger meow this way. She is now, like, head toward the mic. Itch. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, like this. Gave me rabies. How dare you? Checked out. Got a cat in my lap blocking the car and stealing my mic. Got a new fit box with all the straps in it. Welcome back, T. I'm sorry that I literally got for 10 minutes. That was not intentional. It did not tell me how long the timeout was gonna be when I just hit the timeout button. It has 1 second, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 8 hours, and 24 hours. There's like a 1 minute. Feel about that, Ginger? Yelling for the mic. Gonna do any more meowing? Or are you being quiet for once? Oh, right? Oh, do I just look brooding while I'm looking at the cat? Okay. Mic back up to me. I'm back here in this meat packing plant. Right here you'll see a trap pit. Going in there buys you nothing but bad times. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, it's a pyramid head. Okay, so sticking around here for the hook doesn't even make sense. Oh. Ginger jumped when I hit my space bar. Okay, he is on a hook. Oh shit. Run! I'm coming to get you, Dwight. I'm not gonna let this be a two thing. Hell yeah. Oh no, Dwight's down again. No. Oh, I get lost in this place. Here's stairs. I'm coming, Dwight! I'm coming! Oh, okay, you got it. Oh, sorry. Are you sleepy, Ginger? Yes. Okay, I've really got to get to Jeff. Oh, I'm sorry, Dwight. Oh shit, I'm like the only person who can get Jacob. Fuck! Well, we're screwed. Yeah, like, if I don't try escaping here... Yeah, we're fucked anyway. Jake can't get up and is bleeding out. I can't help him. He can't help me. Now he could help me if he can pull himself off. But I think that's unlikely. Yeah. Oh well. Wasn't the worst game. How you doing, Ginger? Am I disturbing your nap? The nap you decided to plop down in the middle of a stream? I guess it's not quite the middle. It is like 1:30 in the morning here, so probably I'll do one more match. I have the energy to do it, so I might as well. So close to level 55. I got the most points. That's something. Yes, just because I was alive the second longest. What's up, T? What you got for me to guess? So I'm not gonna be able to guess. An odd stamp. That was a waste. She stepped on my button again. Silly girl. Aww, thank you for the boop. And for the hugs. You're very sweet. Why does it say I have no scraps? I have 3. Oh, no toolbox remaining. Okay. No, that's a lie. I literally just got one, I guess. We'll just use the worn out tools. I'm here for sabotages. Yeah, we'll bring along some more scraps. We'll do a sealed envelope. I don't remember if I've said this before, but that is an extremely cute boop emote T. Thank you for introducing me to it. Spirit Lupine, or Lupine, however you say that. I'm free! Okay, yeah, this will probably be my last game for the night. Ow. Thank you all for hanging out with me this far. It's been really fun. I've been enjoying the games, like, actually. I'm glad I'm getting used to Survivor. Aw, thank you for the pets. Blight. Okay, he cannot attack on his first rush. That's right. I tried playing Blight once. Never again. I hate the way he feels. Oh, we're in the swamp. I forgot about this place. I haven't played here for ages. That was stupid. I should have run. Aw, thank you so much, T. That means a lot. You're so sweet. Oh, that was close. Oh, he's getting close very fast. Shoot. Oh, no, I ran out of toolbox! Thank you, Jake. Violent. Damn it! Oh, poor Jake. Damn it. No! No, they're right there! It's too early! Oh, well. I was very benevolent. I'll take it. I'm gonna do one more match. That one was not good to end on. And then I will be too tired. That works out nicely. I can't get the boldness. I'll grab the bandages and the scissors. Oh, the stamp. Okay. Engineer's toolbox. Ooh, what's up, T? Tell me what's on your mind. Escape cake for last game. Let's go. I don't know what games you play, but would you like to play a game sometime? That could be fun, yeah. I feel like I owe a couple people on stream games, or off stream even. I'm really good at promising, yeah, I'd love to do something, and then not doing something. But that doesn't mean I don't want to. I'm gonna drop Shadow Step. It's not doing much for me right now. We're going back to Quick and Quiet. As far as games I play Hunt, DBD. I'm starting to get into Monster Hunter World, which I'm not super good at yet. I have some other things, like I have golf with your friends, mostly from like Jazz's community nights. I've got I don't know, I've got a few things. If you have something in particular in mind, let me know and see what we can get together. You may need to be the one to reach out to me. That is definitely a flaw of mine. But we're working on it. And I would love to, yeah, do things with people. So if you have an idea for a day or time and a game, yeah, sure. I am like a 3-star. I don't know what you're at. Trickster, okay. But if you're cool with that, then yeah, sure, I'd be down to join you. I haven't played in a little bit because I sort of hyper-fixated on DBD for a while. But I can get back into it pretty alright, I imagine. I played a couple games the other day and I actually extracted solo, so. Yeah. I might be at the best game of my life right now that I'm used to DVDs somehow. Yeah, this should definitely be my last game. I am a tired little bat. Okay. In that case, if you want to do something this weekend, I would be available. I think. Oh, I'd be available tomorrow. Sunday is off the table. I also don't know what times I'll be available tomorrow, but yeah. I can do it during the week after work. I can't do Monday. Or no, I could do Monday after work, but... Yeah, while you chase him, I'll just, Oh, hell yeah, you're sabotaging there. I'll get this one. Oh, hi, Ginger. Please get in my lap and not on the keyboard. Come here. Hi. Meow. Oh, Ginger, get off the keyboard. Ah. Okay, Ginger is securely in my lap. And not on the desk. Oh, clear over there. Okay. Right. Kate's been hit, but she's not down yet. Same thing, man. I'm landing great skill checks. Hell yeah. Oh shit. That feels pretty good. Yeah, this seems worth the last of our toolbox. Uh-oh, Kate. Kate's getting away, yay! Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I'll hydrate here in just a second, Rain. Thank you for the redeem. He doesn't even know. He lacks critical information. Sounded like he was over here. Oh, no. Let me through! Let me through! No! Fuck you! My team are legends. Okay, so I'm actually dead. Rip. Hey, stop it, you prick! I was already dead! Oh. I did good. I did really good. I will take it. Oh, he only had one trick. Okay, this is his first trickster game. Or like, maybe not first, but you know. If he were more familiar, we wouldn't have been that lucky. But he wasn't, so I guess I'll take it. 11 days. I might actually be able to fill out the rift. If I do, I will buy the rift pass to just unlock all of this shit. Oh. Oh, I love that. Sort of. The worm is not really my thing. Ow. This sucks. Why are there Funko Pops in DVD? Thank you for the pets, even though I'm down. For Michaela. Nice. Oh, I like that. I like that top a lot. I've got some spirit in here too. Studded shoes. Not my fave, but it can go with the look. Okay, yeah, I very well might end up buying the pass. Because I've been obviously playing a lot of Michaela and a lot of Spirit. And who else is here? I don't really play Jake yet. The clown a tiny bit. I've mostly been or was playing him to get Pop Goes the Weasel. I really like this. With, like, the artist was the first killer I prestiged. This is Jane. Jonah. Okay, there's some Blight stuff. Oh yeah, isn't like the last skin Blight as well? Or this one is the head. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was like, this was really Blight centric. I'm not seeing a ton of Blight stuff, but no, it's there. I don't even know who this guy is. Ooh. Nurse weapon. I like that. Meg. Alright. Sounds good, T. yeah, I'll message you when I'm awake and we'll see if we're feeling up for it and figure things out from there. Thank you so much for, like, yeah, talking with me about this and maybe getting something up and rolling. I guess, considering that was my last game, it's probably a good time to sign off and I can look at the rift and stuff later. So let's head back to the cave to say goodnight and do our little raid thing. Cool. We're back in the cave. Gotta pull the browser up so I can start looking at who we're gonna raid, because I think we should do that. That would be pretty cool. All right. Let's see who is live. Okay. Oh, is she about to end? Let's see, okay, desktop audio isn't playing here. I'm looking at Vectroid, and I don't know if she's about to end. It looks like she might. She was watching the day one of the Tokyo Game Show VR 2022. It looks like that's over. So I think I've got someone for us to raid. It looks like she's watching YouTube videos. Yeah, we'll raid her. We're going to raid Hina Bobina. So let me actually get this typed out. She is on day 29 of a subathon. I don't know if she's just doing a whole month or what exactly is going on, but yeah, head over and say hi if you want. I'm gonna hang out at the computer at least until Ginger gets off my lap, and then we'll go from there. So I'll see you over in the stream at least. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you so much for showing up and having fun and chatting, and the game's really fun. I'm glad I've been enjoying Survivor more and to have you all around to hang out with. I hope you all have a good night, and I will be talking at you all hopefully sooner than the last gap between streams. Yeah, I'll stop rambling now. Have a good night!